I was rinsing dinner plates while my wife tucked our son into bed. The storm had been grumbling all evening. Rain tattooed the windows. The kind of night that makes you grateful for warm light and dry socks. My phone lit up on the counter. Unknown number. Local area code. I almost let it ring. I answered on the third buzz. A tiny voice scraped through the static. Uncle Mason. I'm alone. I'm hungry. They locked the door. Then a gasp. Then the line died. My name is Mason Alvarez. I'm 35. I fix computers for the community college in Clarksville, Tennessee. I'm not a hero. I'm the guy who keeps printers from coughing out pale ghosts of forms. I like quiet nights and predictable problems. That call smashed both. I tried the number back. No luck. I called my parents. Victor and Darlene. Straight to voicemail. I called again. Nothing. The storm swallowed the house in a low growl. My chest went tight. Who was that? Lila asked from the hall, holding our son's dinosaur nightlight. Arya. I said. Rovin's girl. 6 years old. Mnietza. She said she's locked in. Lila's face changed. She knows the history. Call your parents again. I already did. My hands shook. I could hear rain slamming the gutters. I'm going. She grabbed my keys off the hook and pressed them into my palm. Drive slow. Text me when you can. I'll stay with Felix. I kissed her forehead and ran into the night. The tires hissed through standing water. Lightning tore the sky in seams. I kept seeing Arya's face the last time I'd visited Cheeks Hollow. Sweater sleeves too long. A smile that looked like it had to ask permission. I had told myself she was adjusting. Kids grieve in strange rhythms. I had believed what I wanted because it was easier. I should tell you how we got here. It didn't happen in one bad night. Rowan is my little brother by 4 years. He was the spark in our family. A kid who could take apart a radio and put it back together while humming perfect harmonies. He married a gentle woman named Noelle. And they had Arya on a spring morning that smelled like lilacs. I still remember the weight of her 7 pounds and a future. 2 years later, a truck ran a red light in Murfreesboro. Noelle didn't come home. Arya did. But with a scar above her eyebrow and a mother-shaped hole no one could fill, Rowan tried to keep standing. Then he began to lean. Then he fell. He lost his job. He found the bottom of bottles. He promised to get help. He didn't go. The day he left Arya on our parents' porch with a backpack and a note, I told myself it was temporary. He wrote that he needed space to heal. He stopped answering my messages after that. My parents petitioned for guardianship and were approved. The county provided a stipend $600 a month to help with Arya's care. We'll do right by her, Dad told me. And I wanted to believe him. I clung to that sentence like it had weight. But signs piled up. New handbags in Mom's closet. A big television replacing the old cabinet set. Arya's voice getting smaller on each Sunday call. I'm okay, she'd say. Then silence. Each time I offered, let her stay with us for a week. My parents waved me off. She's used to our routine, they said. Don't complicate things. Now the wipers carved 2 frantic fans across the glass. I kept calling. Voicemail. 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 Hold on. Arya. I muttered. I'm coming. Their neighborhood sat under a grid of tired streetlights. My parents' house looked like a shuttered mouth. No porchlight. No glow from the kitchen. The storm had knocked power out on the block. I pounded the front door. Dad, Mom only, the storm answered. I circled to the back. The mud sucked at my shoes. The kitchen door was dead-bolted. I tried a window. Stuck. I stood there, soaked and shaking, hearing a child's breathless whisper in my head. I picked up a landscaping brick and shattered the small pane next to the latch. The glass fell with a cruel little chime. I reached in and opened the door. The house smelled like damp carpet and old lemon cleaner. I swept my phone's flashlight over the counters. A clean zinc. An empty fruit bowl. A calendar with this month's squares bare except for a single note bingo. 7 p.m. I swallowed the taste of metal rising in my mouth. Arya. My voice sounded wrong. I tried again. Louder. Arya. No answer. I checked the living room. The guest room. The den with its neat rows of porcelain birds. No child. Only silence and the tick of a battery clock. Upstairs. The hallway felt colder. I passed my old bedroom and the frame of my high school jersey. At the end of the hall was the closet we always called the trunk room. Dad used to keep tools there. The knob was locked from the outside. I put my ear to the wood and heard it barely there. A thread of sound. A whimper. Arya. I pressed my mouth to the door. It's Uncle Mason. A small voice. Rough as sand. Are you real? Yes. A pause. It's dark. Step back. Honey. I braced and kicked near the latch. The old screws shrieked. Second kick. The frame split. The door gave. My light caught a narrow shape in the corner. A thin blanket. A little girl curled around a stuffed fox that was missing an ear. Her hair stuck to her forehead. Her lips were cracked. She flinched from the light, then blinked, and reached for me with both hands like a swimmer breaking surface. I crouched fast. I've got you. She weighed almost nothing. Heat radiated from her skin. But her fingers were icy. I wrapped her in my jacket. They went out. She whispered into my collar. They said I make too much noise. They said stay until morning. How long have you been in here? She tried to count on her fingers. Lost track. I'm hungry. My anger burned so hot it made me cold. I scanned the room. No bed. No food. A plastic cup with a dried ring of something at the bottom. A cheap burner phone on the floor with a dead battery. A piece of masking tape stuck to the wall with the word quiet written in my mother's tidy letters. I took a photo of it without thinking. Evidence. Later. Can you walk? I asked. She nodded. Then zagged. Carrie, she whispered. Always. I lifted her and felt the knot in my throat harden. Down the stairs. The house seemed to hold its breath. I kept my beam low so I wouldn't blind her. Lightning flashed, strobing the family photos along the hall birthdays. Vacations. A framed portrait where everyone looked happier than we deserved. I wanted to smash them all. I kept walking. Outside. The rain needled our faces. I buckled her into the back seat, tucking the jacket around her. Then cranked the heat. Her eyes kept slipping shut. Stay with me. Kiddo. I said. Tell me your fox's name. Captain. She murmured. Captain is brave. We're going to the hospital. They'll have warm blankets and pudding cups. She opened one eye. Chocolate. Guaranteed. I called Lila on speaker as I pulled away. I found hair. I said. She's weak. I'm taking her to county. Okay. Leela said. I could hear her breath quicken. Do you want me to meet you? Stay with Felix. I'll text from triage. He hesitated. I broke a window. We'll deal with that later. She said. Bring her home safe. The ER sat under a blue glow that made the wet pavement shine like glass. I slid the car under the canopy and shouted for help. 2 nurses appeared with a wheelchair as if they had been waiting for this exact scene all night. I carried Arya inside and the doors side closed behind us. The fluorescent lights hummed. A monitor beeped. The storm's roar faded into a distant hiss. A nurse clipped a pulse ox to Arya's finger and glanced up at me with a look that carried equal parts pity and steel. "Sir." "What's her name?" "Arya Alvarez," I said. 6 years old. My voice shook but held. "Are you her legal guardian?" "I'm her uncle." I swallowed. "Not yet?" She nodded. "Already moving. We'll stabilize her first. Then we'll talk next steps." I stood there dripping on the linoleum, fingers buzzing like I'd touched a live wire. I looked at Arya on the gurney, tiny and fierce, clutching Captain's torn ear. I thought about a county check, a closet, and a word written on tape like a commandment. I thought about Rowan's silence. I thought about my parents' empty house and the way the calendar had room for bingo but not for a child. I pulled out my phone and, for the first time that night, I stopped calling people who wouldn't answer. I opened the camera app and started a new folder. Title for Arya. In the doorway, a doctor in green scrubs looked up from a chart. "Mr. Alvarez," he said. "Let's talk about what we're seeing." The storm outside kept hammering the city. Inside, something even bigger was about to break. The doctor introduced himself as Dr. Kamal Shah. Calm voice, sharp eyes. He didn't waste words. "Arya is dehydrated, hypoglycemic, and underweight," he said. "There are pressure marks on her hips and shoulders. Old bruising along the upper arms. No fractures. But the pattern suggests restraint or rough handling. This didn't start tonight." My throat closed. "Will she?" "She's young. Bodies this young fight hard," he said. "We'll start fluids and a refeeding plan. But this is also a safeguarding issue. Our social worker has contacted Child Protective Services." The word landed like a gavel. Safeguarding. A woman with a navy clipboard appeared. "I'm Corinne Pike. Hospital social work. I'm here for Arya." She took my statement with patience that didn't feel rehearsed. When I told her about the locked room, the masking tape label, the dead phone, she wrote each detail like it was a nail. "Do not return her to that home," Corinne said. "If the grandparents arrive, you let security handle it. We'll place a temporary hold until CPS can interview. You're next of kin." "I'm her uncle." "Do you plan to seek custody?" "Yes." "Good. Start a file today. Save every text. Record every call. Photos. Dates. Names. Judge's trust paper." I nodded, grateful for orders I could follow. Arya slept while the IV whispered into her arm. Every few minutes her eyelids jittered. Her lips moved. Captain the Fox sagged against her shoulder like he was resting too. Lila texted, "Felix is asleep. I'm leaving a bag by the door. Sandwiches in your glove box. I love you. Tell Arya I love her." 2. I stared at those words until they steadied me. Then my phone buzzed again. "Mom." I let it ring. Let it ring again. On the 3rd try, I answered. "Where are you?" Darlene demanded. Wind hissed in her mic. "Someone broke our window." "I don't know," I said. "Why wasn't Arya with you?" "We went to bingo." She snapped. "Don't you dare judge us." "She was sleeping. In a closet." Silence. Then Dad's voice in the background. Hang up. Dar. I ended the call first. My hands shook. But not from fear anymore. By 3 a.m., Arya's color had warmed from gray to peach. A nurse tucked heated blankets around her. She asked for chocolate pudding. The nurse said, "We promise tomorrow." Tomorrow. I echoed, as if the word itself could build a floor under us. Corinne returned with a form for a protective hold and a list of emergency family lawyers. "Pick one when the sun comes up," she said. "Also, don't confront your parents tonight. Gather facts. Rage never convinces a bench. Evidence does." I kept seeing the calendar on the wall. Bingo. 7 p.m. If I went back, would I find anything useful? Or only more things to break? At dawn, the storm thinned to a fine gray rain. Ikistaria's temple. "I'll be back before breakfast," I whispered. "Captain is on guard." Her fingers curled around my thumb even in sleep. I eased free and drove. The house looked smaller in the morning. A dead moth clung to the porch light. The broken pane in the kitchen door glittered like a warning. I slid inside and went straight to Dad's desk. The top drawer stuttered open. Bank statements. I scanned the columns and swallowed hard. County deposits for $600 on the first of each month. Cash withdrawals within hours. Restaurants. A new recliner from a showroom in Franklin. A weekend charge at a riverboat casino 2 counties over. Groceries. Yes. But light. No pediatric clinic. No pharmacy. No school supply store. I photographed every page. I opened the next drawer. Receipts. A glossy tag still pinned to a fur-trimmed coat. I took more photos. When I reached for the file at the back, a manila envelope tipped and spilled. Out slid a sheet with Arya's name and the school's logo. Attendance, excessive, unexcused absences. I pocketed it. On the fridge, a magnet held up a recipe clipping. 7-layer party dip. I laughed. It sounded like a cough. A floorboard creaked behind me. I spun. Just the house settling. I was jumpy. Yes. But I wasn't wrong. On my way out, I knocked on the neighbor's door. "Mrs. Luann Webb taught piano to half the block." She answered in a pink robe. Curlers like tiny moons. "Mason." "Honey, it's early." "I'm sorry," I said. "Have you heard Arya crying at night?" Her expression pinched with guilt and relief. "I wondered if I should call someone," she said. "I heard whimpering. More than once." "Your mama told me not to fuss," said the child was dramatic. "I brought cookies anyway. Darlene wouldn't take them. Victor said sugar makes brats." "Did you ever see them leave her alone?" "Bingo nights," she said quickly. "Tuesdays and Fridays. They'd be gone till near midnight." She stared at the bandage on my knuckles where the glass had nipped me. "Is Arya all right?" "She's at county." I said, "They're helping." "Thank God," she whispered. "If you need me to speak to someone, I will. I should have sooner." "You're speaking now," I said, and meant it. I drove back to the hospital with a pocket of documents and a phone full of proof. Corinne's eyebrow lifted when she saw the stack. "You work fast." I had to. Before they spin a story. Good instinct. I'll upload copies to the CPS file. Arya was awake. Eyes glazed but present. She smiled when she saw me. "You came back," she said. Voice scratchy. "Always." I handed her a tiny spoon. "Nurse says pudding later if you take sips now." She sipped, winced, sipped again. My tummy makes whale sounds, she whispered, and giggled at her own joke. It was the first honest sound I'd heard from her in months. My chest eased an inch. Atnina. Lila arrived in scrubs and a messy bun, eyes red from no sleep. She kissed Arya's forehead and then my cheek. Hey, hero, she murmured. I shook my head. Don't start. Then I'll say this, she replied. Low. You're doing the next right thing. Keep doing it. Corinne slid a business card across the table. Kendall Ruiz, she said. Family law. She's blunt but good. I called. Kendall answered on the second ring like she'd been waiting for a fight. Email me everything, she said. Then meet me at my office at noon. We'll file for emergency custody and a protective order. Judges sign these same day if the facts are clean. They're clean, I said, and glanced at Arya sipping stubbornly. Too clean. Before I left for the attorney, my phone lit up again. Dad. I let it buzz. Then a text arrived. We're going to the hospital. She's our granddaughter. You can't keep us away. My stomach dropped. Corinne read over my shoulder and nodded to the charge nurse. Security was briefed. If they arrive, they wait. If they escalate, they leave. Corinne said, Your job is not to argue. Your job is to protect the child. I kissed Arya's hair. Lila will sit with you, I said. I'll be back with papers. Chocolate, she whispered. And chocolate. I promised. Kendall's office sat above a bakery that smelled like warm butter. She wore a navy blazer and a look that measured both facts and people. I gave her the stack. The photos. The neighbor's statement I'd typed on my phone while parked. The hospital notes Corinne had shared. Kendall skimmed like a scanner. This is neglect? She said. The stipend misuse matters. The closet matters. The bruise pattern matters. The attendance file is a gift. She pulled a form toward me. Petition for temporary custody and no contact order pending investigation. We'll also ask the court to suspend the stipend and require CPS oversight of the grandparents if they contest. They'll contest, I said. Not because they want her. Because they don't want to be seen as wrong. Then we give them the dignity of process and the pain of evidence. Kendall replied, You sign here. Here. And here. I signed. The pen scratched like flint. What do I do in the meantime? Stay at the hospital. Don't tell them where you live. If they call, don't engage. If they come, point at security. She slid me her card. And Mason, when they try to bait you, remember judges love calm people with receipts. On my way back, the sky cracked open into blue as if the night had been a rumor. I stopped at a pharmacy for a small stuffed fox with both ears. I didn't know if Captain wanted a friend or a rival. I decided both could be true. The elevator doors opened onto the pediatric floor. I heard raised voices before I saw faces. Our granddaughter Dad's baritone. You can't keep us from her. Sir. This is a secure area. The guard said. You need to wait. Mom's voice cut like a thin knife. Mason. Tell them. She belongs with family. I stepped into the light. Lila stood at Arya's door. Shoulders square. Corinne flanked the nurse's station. 2 security guards planted their feet like trees. My parents turned toward me as if I were a door they could still open. I held up Kendall's card and my phone with the draft petition email on the screen. I kept my tone level. There's a process, I said. You'll have your say. Today, Arya is receiving medical care, and contact goes through CPS. Dad's jaw flexed. You self-righteous. Mom touched his sleeve. Victor. For a second, I saw something like fear in her eyes. Not for Arya. For the story she had told herself collapsing. Arya's voice drifted from the room. Uncle. Every head tilted. Leela's face softened. She looked at me. I nodded. She opened the door just enough for me to slide in and then closed it again. A soft click that sounded like a line being drawn. Arya blinked up at me. It's loud, she said. It's adults, I answered. They use noise when they're afraid. She smoothed Captain's threadbare tail. Her hand found the new fox and paused. 2 captains. I smiled. Co-captains. She squeezed both to her chest. Satisfied. Outside. Voices rose and fell. Inside. The monitor kept time for us all. My phone buzzed. Kendall Judge Alvarez said an emergency hearing for 4 p.m. today. Be there. I'll meet you outside courtroom C. Keep everyone calm until then. 4 o'clock. A clock I could race. A room where truth might finally have a microphone. I looked at Arya, spooning tiny sips with the grim determination of a marathoner. We have a meeting later, I said. A big one. Do I have to talk? She whispered. No. Grown-ups will. Will you? Yes. Okay, she said, and leaned back. Trusting the lights and the wires and me, I stepped to the door and cracked it. Corinne glanced over. I tapped my watch. She nodded like she'd been counting the minutes. 2. Dad's voice boomed again. Security answered with patience. Leela sipped coffee like a shield. The day had changed shape. But the path was clear. The storm was gone. The fight had arrived. 4 p.m. sounded far away and too close at the same time. I paced the little family room off pediatrics. Vending machine hum. The smell of antiseptic and coffee. Lila squeezed my hand. Breathe, she said. I am. Try again. I did. In. Out. The trick worked a little. Arya does it under warm blankets. Captain the Fox guarded her shoulder. The new fox sat beside him like a rookie waiting for orders. Every few minutes she stirred and checked the room to be sure it hadn't changed. When her eyes found me, she relaxed and slept again. At 3. Kendall texted, bring originals. Dress is smart casual. Judge Alvarez no relation hates theatrics. Loves timelines. Timelines. I opened my notes and built one. Short lines. Sharp points. Rowan leaves Arya with my parents. Guardianship approved. Stipend starts. Arya shrinks. Missed school. Closet. Masking tape. Bingo nights. Call. Storm. Hospital. I added dates from photos and statements. Lila looked over my shoulder and nodded. Clean, she said. Corinne walked in with a folder and her steady voice. CPS has logged the hold, she said. A caseworker will join the hearing on Zoom. Dr. Shaw wrote a synopsis. She tapped the folder. Neglect indicators. Refeeding plan. Psychological impact. Will Arya have to go? I asked. No. Corinne softened. Keep her world small today. You go. You fight. She eats pudding. Arya's eyes fluttered. Pudding. Look at that timing, Leela said, and grinned. Security called up from the lobby. The grandparents left. The guard said. Lots of noise. No action. I checked the time. 2 hours. Before we go. Leela said. One more thing. She turned her phone around. On the screen, a grainy video from a doorbell camera across the street. Time-stamped Tuesdays and Fridays. The frame showed my parents' porch. Lights off in the house. Then the two of them, coats on, walking to the car at 6:58 p.m. Another clip. Return at 1212 a.m. Who sent you this, I asked. Jay from 3 doors down. She said. He DMs me about Felix's soccer. I asked if his camera ever caught our block at night. He sent 6 clips. All the same pattern. Can we use it? Kendall's text landed as if she'd heard us through the walls. Absolutely. Metadata intact. Good. Forward to me. I forwarded. Then I crouched by Arya. I'll be gone for a little while. Kita. Lila's here. Karina too. You will hear grown-up words in the hall. They're not about you. They're about your safety. She studied my face, weighing each word. Will the judge be mad at you? The judge will be careful. I said. That's their job. Be careful too. She whispered. I will. I kissed her hair and grabbed the folder. My phone. My courage. Lila brushed crumbs off my shoulder like I was about to walk on stage. Bring her home, she said. The courthouse smelled like paper and rain. Kendall stood outside courtroom C with a laptop and a pen stuck through her bun. You look steady, she said. Good. Let's go over the plan. We stood in a corner. Backs to the wall. Kendall spoke in bullet points. First, standing your next of kin, with a stable home and no criminal history. Second, harm hospital records. Doctor's summary. Social worker statement. Third, pattern bank statements. Attendance. Neighbor testimony. Doorbell videos. Fourth, the incident, the closet, the locked knob, the masking tape. Fifth, relief, temporary custody, and no contact order pending investigation. Stipend suspension. Supervised visitation for grandparents only if CPS approves later. What will they argue, I asked. 2 angles, she said. 1, you broke into their house and you're exaggerating. 2, Arya is picky and dramatic and you're the estranged son airing private laundry. What do I do? You tell the truth? She said. You do not raise your voice. You do not take the bait. If they attack, you look at the judge and answer me. Not them. The clerk called the room to order. We took our places. Victor and Darlene sat across the aisle with a man in a shiny suit and a smile that didn't reach his eyes. My parents did not look at me. Dad sat with his arms crossed, jaw fired in place. Mom folded and refolded a tissue without using it. The judge entered. Black robe. Clear gaze. Good afternoon, she said. We are here on an emergency petition. I am Judge Alvarez. I understand there are family ties. Let me say this once. Emotion does not control this hearing. Evidence does. Do you all understand? We answered yes. Kendall stood first. Your Honor. The petitioner is Arya's maternal uncle. She kept it lean. We have hospital records. CPS hold. Photographs of the locked closet. A label instructing QIET affixed at child height. Bank records showing stipend withdrawals inconsistent with childcare. attendance records from the school, a neighbor statement, and video evidence showing a pattern of leaving the minor alone late at night. She handed exhibits to the clerk. The judge leafed through. Her face didn't change, but the room's temperature dropped a degree. The other attorney rose. Your Honor, this is a family matter twisted by a resentful son. My clients love their granddaughter. They are elderly. They have done their best. The child is small by nature. The petitioner broke into their home in a storm and is now trying to use the state to steal her. I wrote his words in my notebook to keep my hands calm. Then I underlined elderly and best twice. Let's hear from the doctor, the judge said. Doctor. Shaw appeared on a screen. He didn't waste words here. Either underweight by medical metrics, he said. Laboratory signs of prolonged nutritional deficit. Old bruising patterns on the upper arms and clavicles. Child reports being locked alone. In my opinion, the findings are consistent with neglect. The judge nodded. Thank you. Doctor. Corinna testified next. Hospital hold placed. CPS notified. Safety plan in progress. We do not recommend discharge to the grandparents at this time. Clear. Clean. Mrs. Webb. Kendall called. Luann rose from the bench and walked to the stand like she was walking down her front steps to water roses. Her voice trembled and then found its line. I heard crying, she said. Nights. More than once. I offered cookies. Darlene said no. Victor said sugar makes brats. On Tuesdays and Fridays they went out. The house stayed dark. It worried me. I should have called sooner. You're calling now, Kendall said. Luann nodded and dabbed her eye with a real tear. Not the tissue-mangling kind. Kendall played the doorbell clips. The judge leaned forward. Dates. Kendall read them out. 6 videos over 7 weeks. She said. Consistent times. The other attorney stood. The videos don't show the child alone. The videos show the house empty. Kendall said. The hospital shows what happens to a child in an empty house. My turn. I walked to the stand and told the story in spare lines. The call. The locked knob. The masking tape. The glass. The smell of damp carpet. The little body in my arms. Too light and too warm. I kept my eyes on Kendall or the judge. When I said the word quiet, my mother flinched. The other attorney tried to rattle me. You broke into a home in the middle of the night, he said. You could have injured yourself. You could have misinterpreted a naughty child's timeout. Timeouts don't last hours, I said. They don't require deadbolts. They don't need a label telling a 6-year-old to be quiet. Are you attempting to replace your brother as the child's father? He pressed. I am attempting to keep her fed and safe, I said, and left the rest of my anger where it belonged in my chest. Not in my mouth. He turned to my parents. Mrs. Alvarez, he said to my mother. Do you love your granddaughter? She straightened. Of course, she said. We give her a roof. We are old. We can't chase her. She's stubborn about food. We tried. Did you lock her in a closet? Kendall asked on cross. Mom's eyes slid toward Dad. We closed the door to make it quiet, she said. Sometimes she cried for attention. The house echoes. Did you leave her alone at night? Kendall asked. We needed air. Mom said. Victor and I marriage is hard. We were gone 2 hours. Maybe 3. The judge looked at the videos again. Your timeline does not match, she said. Dad leaned toward the mic. We are not villains, he said. My son is grandstanding. He's always thought he was better than us because his wife works in a hospital, and he uses big words. The judge's face stayed still. This is a court. Mr. Alvarez, she said. Not a kitchen table. I care about the child. Kendall closed with a sentence I want carved over some door we all have to pass through. Love is measured by what the weakest person in the room feels, she said. Arya felt hungry, trapped, and alone. Today we ask you to measure that. Judge Alvarez took a long breath and then spoke without drama. Emergency custody is granted to the petitioner, Mason Alvarez, she said. The grandparents are ordered to have no contact with the minor until CPS completes their investigation. Stipend payments are suspended. The petitioner will coordinate with CPS for an agreed safety plan and therapy referrals. A review hearing is set for 30 days from today. She looked at my parents. If you wish to petition for visitation after CPS completes its initial review, you may do so through counsel. Today, the child's immediate safety controls. The gavel clicked like a seatbelt. The room exhaled. My mother began to cry the way people cry when a story ends in a place they didn't pick. My father stared straight ahead. Jaw locked. The shiny suited attorney touched his cufflinks and whispered to them both. Kendall leaned into me. You did well, she said. Walk out slow. Don't linger in the hallway. We did. The hall smelled like old wood and cleaner. Behind us. Footsteps. I turned. Dad stood a few paces back. You did this, he said. Voice low. I did the next right thing. I said, you'll regret it. He said, I already regret waiting this long. I answered. He took a step forward. Kendall put her body between us with a movement so small it was almost polite. Not here, she said. Mom's voice floated from the bench. Mason, she called. We would have fixed it. You didn't have to shame us. I didn't answer. Some words are a trap. I kept walking. Outside. The light had that late afternoon gold that makes even the courthouse parking lot look kind. Kendall handed me a checklist. Go back to the hospital, she said. Corinne will coordinate discharge to you when Dr. Shah clears it. Change the locks at home. Notify the school district when she's ready. Find a pediatric therapist. I have names. What about Rowan? I asked. The question surprised me by how much it hurt to say it. If he reappears, we deal with that chapter then, Kendall said. 1 page at a time. Back at County, Arya was awake and stubbornly working through a cup of broth like it owed her money. Lila's eyes were wet when she saw the paper in my hand. We have custody, I said. For now, she asked. For now, I said. It's enough to get her home. Arya blinked at the word. Home. Home. I repeated. With us? She looked at Lila. Lila nodded. Arya looked at Captain. He said nothing but looked convinced. She turned back to me. Can we have a night light? She asked. At Dinosaur 1. I said. Felix will approve. Dr. Shaw came by with the calm of a man who has seen storms but still believes in umbrellas. Her sugars are better, he said. We need to refeed slowly. Small meals. Frequent. Monitor weight. The bruises will fade. The other marks take longer. He paused. You seem steady, he said. I have to be, I answered. Good, he said. She will borrow your steadiness until she builds her own Corinne returned with forms. Safety plan signed, she said. No contact from grandparents. If they show up at your home, call the police. Tell the school only a short list of adults can pick Arya up. We'll follow up weekly. When can we take her? Lila asked. Tomorrow morning if she continues to tolerate feeds. Doctor, Shah said. Let her sleep here tonight. It will help. We stayed until her eyelids conquered her. I tucked the blanket to her chin. Lila adjusted the foxes like they were on watch, one by each shoulder. We turned off the big light and left the little one on. In the hall, Leela hugged me hard. You were stoned today, she said. I'm proud of you. I was scared, I said. Stone can be scared, she said. It still holds. On the drive home, the town looked the same. Gas stations, a buy-sell trade shop with guitars in the window, a banner for a church fish fry flapping from a pole. I bought a dinosaur nightlight and a pack of stickers with stars and small faces. At home, I pulled the old twin bed from the garage and tightened every bolt. Lila made the sheets smell like soap and sunlight. Felix laid out his favorite books in a careful line. For when Arya wants to read, he said. I can do the voices. You'll do them soft, Leela said. He nodded. Solem. I stood in the doorway of the room that was about to change its job. Once it held boxes and an exercise bike we used as a coat rack. Tonight it held a promise. I whispered it out loud to make it real. No locks. No tape. No hunger. No fear. Sleep didn't last in our house that night. Every creak had a story. I checked the driveway twice. I checked my phone 3 times. At dawn, Arya's nurse texted Lila a photo with permission. Arya with bedhead. A chocolate pudding smile. A thumb up. Below it, a caption typed by a nurse with a kind heart ready for home. I cried in the kitchen where no one could see. And then I let them see anyway. We drove to the hospital with the dinosaur nightlight in a bag. A soft hoodie. Small socks with clouds. And the steadiness doctor. Shah said she would borrow. Arya waved at the nurses like a tiny mayor. She took Lila's hand and didn't let go. She pressed her face to my chest in the elevator and didn't let go of that. Either. At discharge. Doctor. Shah went over the plan again. Slow meals. Water sips between. No punishments around food. Praise small bites. Routine. A therapist within 2 weeks. Got it, I said. And Mr. Alvarez, he added. You did the right thing. The door slid open. We stepped into air that smelled like rain, had finished its work and moved on. In the back seat, Arya held both foxes and watched the houses stream by. Are we far? She asked. 10 minutes. I said. Is it loud there? Only when Felix laughs. Leela said. That's okay. Arya murmured. I like laughing sounds. At the house, Felix stood on the porch in a T-Rex hoodie. He held a hand-painted cardboard sign that said Welcome Area in letters that tilted like they were running. He tried to play it cool. He failed. Hi, he said. Breathless. I made a fort. Arya's eyes went wide. A fort. With books and lights, he said. You can be captain. She looked down at the 2 foxes. Co-captains, she said. And Felix nodded like that made deep sense. We showed her the little room. She touched the dinosaur nightlight. Pressed the button. The small green glow filled the corner. She looked at the bed. Then at me. Do you? She started. Then stopped. I'll sit, I said. As long as you like. She climbed into the sheets. Lila tucked the blanket. Felix put a sticker on the headboard. A star. I sat in the chair. The house made its normal noises. The refrigerator motor. A car passing. The neighbor's dog complaining about nothing important. Arya watched the doorway for a full minute. Then her shoulders loosened. No lock. She whispered, testing the shape of the words in her mouth. No lock. I said back. She closed her eyes. She didn't reach for the wall. She didn't brace for a door to slam. She slept. I sat there and counted every breath like it was a blessing you have to keep track of or it runs away. On the table in the living room, my phone buzzed. A message from an unknown number. A simple line, I'm sorry. No name. No context. My heart tried not to recognize the rhythm of it. Rowan. After all this time I stared until the screen dimmed. I didn't answer. Not yet. One page at a time. That night, when the house finally settled and Lila leaned on my shoulder, I let my mind walk through the day backward. Courtroom. Luann's tremble turning to spine. Kendall's pen. The judge's clear tone. My father's threat hanging in stale air like smoke that didn't have a fire anymore. Arya's whisper, no lock. We had drawn the first line. It wasn't the last one. 30 days until review. A lifetime of small, steady meals and safety. Therapy. School reentry. New routines. New language. The kind that says you matter. You are safe. You have a voice? I turned the dinosaur nightlight a notch brighter and left the door open on purpose. The hallway filled with that soft green. It looked like hope trying not to brag. Tomorrow would bring new hard things. Paperwork. Phone calls. Maybe more texts I wasn't ready for. But tonight, a 6-year-old slept in a bed that had a name, and I sat awake, keeping watch. The way someone should have before morning arrived soft and gray. Our house felt different with Arya inside it. Not louder. Just awake. Lila brewed coffee. Felix whispered like a librarian. Even though no one told him to. I toasted bread and sliced bananas into small coins. Arya watched my hands like I was doing a magic trick. Small bites. I said, you tell me when to stop. She nodded. Serious. No rushing. No rushing. I echoed. She ate 2 bites. Rested. Ate a third. I didn't cheer. I didn't push. I let the quiet be gentle. Not a rule. When she finished half the slice, she put the rest on the plate and leaned back. My tummy says enough. She whispered. Your tummy is the captain. I said. That earned the smallest smile. The foxes sat side by side on the chair like they were on duty. Felix slid her a sticker. A silver star. For your chart. He said. We have a chart, I asked. And Lila pointed to the fridge. Felix had drawn one with boxes for meals. Water. Sleep. And smiles. The last square had no lines. It simply said play. We kept the daylight. Lila showed Arya the bathroom and how the lock worked. Arya's face changed when she saw the latch. Not panic. A freeze. She lifted her hand. Then dropped it. We don't use the locks here. Leela said. And covered the latch with a piece of blue painter's tape. If someone needs privacy, we just say it. We knock before we enter. Arya traced the tape with one fingertip. No lock. She repeated, testing the words again. After lunch, I drove her to the therapist Kendall recommended. Dr. Tessa Monroe. Warm eyes. cardigans that looked like hugs. Her room had sand, blocks, puppets, and a dollhouse with every door removed. Arya studied the dollhouse first. No doors, she said. Not in here. Doctor, Monroe said. In here. Dolls go where they want. Arya selected a small figure with a pink shirt and placed her in the smallest room. She lined the two foxes on either side like guards. Then she went to the sand tray and drew straight lines across the surface with a plastic spoon. 6 lines. She counted them under her breath. What are those, Dr. Maine? Monroe asked softly. Crackers, Arya said. Grandma said 6 is enough if I'm noisy. Who decided what noisy means, Dr. Monroe asked. Arya's eyes flicked to me. Back to the tray. Grandma, she said. Her mouth tightened. Quiet is love. The words chilled me. They sounded rehearsed. Like a spell she had been told until it stuck. Doctor. Monroe and I shared a look. She nodded. And I let my lungs remember how to work. Arya moved the spoon in a circle. If I cry, the circle goes smaller. She whispered. We stayed for an hour. Arya talked less with her mouth and more with her hands. Lines. Circles. Doors that weren't there. Doctor. Monroe wrote notes as if every grain of sand mattered. When we left, she gave me a sheet. Keep meals on rhythm, she said. No food rules. No labeling foods as good or bad. Use choices. 2 options only. Keep all doors open. Literally. For a while, nightmares may get worse before they get better. That means her mind trusts you enough to release them. I can do that, I said. And Mason, she added at the door. Kids don't invent phrases like quiet is love. If she repeats it again, write it down with date and time. Phrases like that tell judges who held the power. On the drive home, my phone buzzed in the cup holder. A new text from the unknown number. It's Rovan. I'm sorry for everything. Is she safe? My hands went cold. I pulled into a gas station and parked. She's safe. I typed. She's with us. You picked a good time to stop disappearing. The dots bubbled and stopped. Then bubbled again. I tried not to disappear. He wrote. I wrote letters. I left gifts on the porch. They blocked me. I'm sober now. 14 months. Please let me see her when it's right. I'll do what you say. My anger and relief crashed into each other. I stared at the screen. Then typed. Start with the truth. Where are you? Clarksville. South Side. I can meet anywhere you choose. Noon tomorrow, coffee shop on Riverside. I'll bring proof. I don't expect forgiveness. I just want you to hear me. Proof. I didn't know what that meant coming from my brother. But the word hit something inside me like a match. Okay. I wrote. Noon tomorrow. Public place. No surprises. No surprises. He echoed. I put the phone face down and looked at Arya in the rear view. She was asleep with her mouth open like a candle flame. One fox in the crook of her arm. The other on her lap. I wanted peace to be simple. It rarely is. Back at home, I found a letter in our mailbox. No stamp. Just our last name in my mother's tidy hand. I didn't open it in the driveway. I took it inside. Lila watched me with that careful look she uses when feelings are larger than words. I slid the paper out. It smelled faintly like her perfume. Mason. It read. We love Arya. We did our best. You embarrassed us in court. You could have handled this at home. Please bring her back on Sunday for dinner. We will show you she is fine. Do not take her to strangers who fill her head with lies. Children repeat what they hear. You know that. Do the right thing. Be quiet. Mom, be quiet. I repeated out loud. Lila heard it and shut her eyes. We both understood the weight of those two words together. We'll keep that, she said. With the others? I placed the letter in the folder labeled For Arya. I wrote the date in the corner, the time, and where I found it. I took a photo. We set up a pickup plan at school even though Arya wasn't ready to start yet. The principal was kind and decisive. Only you or Lila, she said. Bring your orders. We'll update the system. If anyone else shows up, we call you and CPS. Our campus officer already has a copy. That night, Arya woke just after midnight. She sat up, breathing fast. I can't see the door, she said. I switched on the dinosaur light. The green washed the room. Doors open. I said, pointing. See, doors stay open while you sleep. She blinked until the room made sense. Her breathing slowed. I sat on the floor by her bed and leaned against the wall. I'll be here, I said. If you wake up, count my breaths. I snore sometimes. That also counts. She giggled once and drifted back. I didn't sleep much after that. Old memories found me. Not of closets. Of a game Dad invented when we were small. He called it the quiet game. The rules were simple. Whoever stayed silent longest got $1. It seemed harmless. A tired man's idea of peace, but his face when we made noise wasn't a game. It was a warning. Rovan always lost. He hummed. He tapped. He asked questions. I learned to win. My prize was Dad's nod. My cost was smaller questions and a quieter mouth. I didn't see it then. I saw it now. In the morning, we met Kendall by phone. She wanted updates. Rovan texted. I said, make notes of anything relevant. She said, if he has proof your parents blocked contact, keep it. It shows motive. It shows pattern. Mom left us a letter. I added, keep that too. She said, the phrase be quiet is not neutral in your case. Judges hear echoes. We drove to Riverside Cafe at noon. Leela sat beside me. She was the anchor I needed just by breathing. Rowan waited at a corner table. He stood when he saw us. Thinner than I remembered. Hair cut short. Eyes clear in a way that hurt. I'll order something, he said. Hands up. Sit if you want, or tell me to leave. I'll go. Sit. I said. He ordered tea. I ordered water. Lila ordered nothing and watched. I know sorry is cheap, Rowan said. I've earned most of your anger. I lost things. I lost myself. I lost the right to call you and demand grace. I'm not here to demand anything. Then why are you here? I asked. To bring you this, he said, and slid a folder across the table. Inside were copies of letters addressed to Arya. Dozens. Some stamped and returned. Some with forwarding labels. Some with no mark at all. There were also receipts for money orders made out to Arya Alvarez care of Victor and Darlene. With a memo line that made my throat burn for shoes. For art supplies. For warm coat. I wrote every month for a year, he said. After Noelle died, I drowned. Then I went dry. I got help. When I tried to come back, they told me Arya was thriving and that I would confuse her. They said I should heal before I saw her. They said it was best. I believed them because shame is a liar that sounds like parents. I kept writing. I left gifts on the porch. They vanished. Did you see her? Lila asked. Once, he said. His voice thinned. I parked down the block. She was in the yard for a minute. She looked smaller. I waved from the car and she didn't see me. I was a ghost. I didn't want to make a scene. I left and told myself I'd try again when I deserved it. I kept not deserving it. What made you text me now? I asked. I ran into Luann at the market. He said. She told me about sirens the other night. She didn't know details. She said she heard Aria was at county. My heart flipped. I drove there and saw your car in the lot. I sat. I didn't go in. I knew I didn't have the right. I went home and looked at the stack of letters. I realized I had a different kind of right. The right to tell the truth. So I texted. I looked at the letters again. Dates. Handwritten notes in a careful script he didn't have when we were teenagers. I flipped to the money orders. The receipts showed they were cashed. Endorsed by my mother. My stomach turned. You have the stubs? I asked. Copies, he said. I can get the originals if you need. The credit union will print them. We need them. I said. I'll get them, he said. He wiped his eyes with the heel of his hand. I don't expect Aria to call me Dad. I don't expect anything. I want to shoulder what I can now. He looked at me. And I'm going to the police to file a report about the money. I'll do that whether you use it or not. Do it, I said. It matters. He nodded and stared at the table. Mason. Yeah. Thank you for breaking a window, he said. I should have done it sooner. The next day, I took the folder to Kendall. She smiled a little when she saw the endorsements. This is strong, she said. It shows continued attempts by the father to support the minor. It shows the grandparents received funds specifically for the child's care on top of the stipend. It shows misappropriation. It reinforces neglect. It also opens a lane for restitution. But that comes later. Will the DA care? I asked. If CPS shares their findings and the police have a report. Yes, she said. Right now. It helps us protect Aria and narrow visitation arguments. That afternoon, two things happened at once. Aria napped after lunch. Breathing soft, Felix and I built a Lego spaceship on the living room rug. As I attached a wing, my phone buzzed with a call from the elementary school. The secretary's voice was calm but tight. Mr. Alvarez, your parents are in the office asking about enrollment. They're insisting Aria will return to them. We've told them no. They're raising their voices. Is Officer Hale there? I asked. He is, she said. Do you want to speak to him? Yes. Officer Hale came on the line. We've got it, he said. Do you want to file a trespass advisement for the school campus? Please. Done. I'll escort them out. Do not engage. Keep your doors locked today. The second thing was a knock at our house. Not a hard knock. A soft tap. I looked through the peephole and saw a boy with a delivery cap and a brown envelope. He held it up to the camera. Delivery for Mason, he said to the lens. Lila stood at my shoulder. Leave it on the mat, she said through the door. He did. We waited. He left. I opened the door and picked it up. No return address. Inside, a single photograph. Me, at 9 years old, sitting on the hallway floor outside the trunk room, chin on my knees, face blank. In the corner of the photo, written in neat black marker, you were fine. I sat down hard on the step. Lilan helt besideme. Who would send that, she asked. Someone who wants the story to stay the same. I said. Your parents, she whispered. Probably. I said. Or someone trying to help them feel less wrong. I looked at the boy in the photo. He had my eyes and not enough air in his lungs. I wrote the date on the back and slipped it into the For Arya folder. I didn't trust my hands to do anything else. That night, we had spaghetti with tiny meatballs. Arya twirled 2 noodles and called it a nest. Felix pretended the meatballs were planets. Lila laughed. I did the dishes and listened to water. When I turned, I found Arya standing in the hall, staring at our front door. What is it? I asked. Grandpa stands like that, she whispered, and held her hands behind her back the way Dad does when he is waiting to be obeyed. Then the door closes. The door stays open, I said, and opened it wide so she could see the street. The neighbor's maple. The sky settling to blue. If someone bad stands there, we call for help. She nodded and stepped closer to the doorway, but not through it. We let that be enough. On Friday, CPS scheduled a home check at my parents' house. They didn't ask me to come. I wasn't supposed to be there. But Corinne texted afterward. We found a locked trunk with children's items and letters addressed to Arya. We logged everything. Police present. Your mother tried to claim the letters were too mature for a child and that she planned to give them later. We took custody of the items. I stared at that message until my vision blurred. The trunk room had a trunk inside it. Of course it did. Rowan sent a photo that night. A receipt from the police station. Report filed. The case number. He added a line, I won't call again unless you say, I'll let you lead. Thank you for reading me at that table. I typed back, thank you for writing it all. Then put the phone face down and watched Arya draw at the kitchen table. She drew our house like a square with a triangle hat. She drew a door that was open. She drew 2 foxes in the window. She drew 3 stick figures with hair of different lengths. She labeled them in block letters Felix, Lila, Mason. She wrote Arya above the door like a welcome sign. Nice, I said. Where do you want to put it? She pointed to the fridge next to the chart. Felix slapped a star sticker on the corner. For art? He pronounced. Saturday morning. I mowed the lawn. It felt good to do something simple. Halfway through, I saw Victor's truck ease to a stop 2 houses down. He didn't get out. He sat with the engine idling. Our neighbor, Mr. Perez, stepped onto his porch with a cup of coffee and a look that said he was not moving back inside. We had never been buddies. At that moment, he became one. I turned off the mower and took out my phone. I shot a 30-second video with the time and the angle. I didn't walk over. I didn't wave. I texted Officer Hale the clip and our case number. He's cruising the block. Hale replied, we'll swing by. The truck pulled away before the cruiser arrived. Mr. Perez shrugged at me. I nodded back. A new kind of neighborhood watch had formed without a meeting. Lila found me in the garage tightening a loose bolt on the mower handle. You okay? She asked. No, I said, but I'm not falling apart. Good enough for today, she said, and kissed my shoulder. Arya had a full therapy session on Monday. At the end, Dr. Monroe asked if she could speak to me alone. She trusts you. Dr. Monroe said. That's clear. She also startles at footsteps, especially behind her. Give her space when you walk up. Announce yourself. Use the same phrases each time. Brains love patterns. Also, she's repeating the quiet as love phrase. I'm helping her replace it with love listens. Use that at home. 2. Love listens, I said aloud. It felt right in my mouth. Another thing, Dr. Monroe added. Aria mentioned the Red Bowl and 6 crackers again. She said there was a song she could hear through the wall. Can you think of what that might be? I pictured the trunk room, the wall it shared with the laundry closet, the old washer that always knocked during spin cycle, the washing machine. I said, it thumps. She said she counted thumps to stay calm. Doctor, Monroe said, that's a coping skill. We can build on that. On the drive home, I pointed out landmarks to Arya. The park with the fountain, the library that smells like paper and hope, the bakery with the croissants that look like little moons. We can go wherever you want when you're ready. I said, no rush. She watched the world like it was a new show. The library first. She decided. Books are quiet and not mean. Books are the kind of quiet we like. I said. That evening, we got an email from Kendall. Attached were scans from CPS photos of the trunk they had opened at my parents' house. Inside were Arya's drawings. Air ribbons. A broken music box. And a stack of letters in Rowan's hand. On top lay a plastic bag of small toys with a thrift store price sticker still attached. Darlene's handwriting glared from the tag yard sale. Lila stared at the images and pressed her palm to her mouth. I felt something move in my chest that was not rage and not sadness. It was a kind of clean emptiness where something false had been. The story I had told myself about my parents' flawed but trying dissolved. Kendall's email also included a line about the review hearing. The judge will want updates. She wrote, school plan, therapy notes, weight checks, keep a log, bring Arya's drawing of the open door. She made that because she feels something here. Judges notice art even when they don't say they do. I started a log that night. Date. Weight from the pediatrician. Meals she finished. Phrases she used. Nightmares and what helped. Times we said love listens and how her shoulders moved after primes. It felt like collecting small, bright coins for a future we were building piece by piece. 2 days later, the doorbell rang at noon. Lila checked the camera and frowned. It's Mom, she said. Darlene stood on the porch with a grocery bag and a smile that looked like a bruise. I cracked the door but kept the chain. This isn't a good time, I said. I brought soup. She said. Chicken noodle. She likes it. What else is in the bag? I asked. Some things, she said. Her hairbrush. A sweater. Put it on the mat, I said. She placed it down, then leaned toward the gap. Mason, we can fix this, she whispered. You don't have to make a spectacle. Judges end cases all the time when families reconcile. Mom, I said, and felt a strange peace. Love listens. Love doesn't hide letters. Love doesn't sell toys that don't belong to you. Love doesn't write "be quiet" on a wall. Her face flickered. She straightened. We did what we had to do, she said. You were a quiet boy. You turned out fine. I held up the photo she sent of me at 9. Did I asked. Color rose in her cheeks. You'll regret this, she said, and walked away fast. Like the porch boards were hot. I waited until her car was out of sight. Then I opened the bag on the kitchen table. The brush was clean, like it had never met hair. The sweater smelled like her perfume. At the bottom lay a note in Arya's block letters. Short words. Careful lines. I don't want soup there. I want soup here. Love listens. I stared at it. Lila put a hand on my back and stayed there. That afternoon, Arya asked if she could pick music while we drew. I handed her my phone and opened a playlist of lullabies. She skipped them all. She chose rain sounds instead. It's like last week, she said. But the good part. The part where the car was warm. We listened to rain in the dry house and drew foxes that looked like triangles with proud tails. At bedtime, she hesitated at the doorway again. Not fear. Habit. Will you sit? She asked. I'll sit, I said. I did. She drifted. I counted my breaths until mine matched hers. Sometime after midnight, I woke to the drone of a truck engine. It idled and idled. I checked the window without moving the curtain. Victor's truck again. He sat alone. He didn't get out. After 5 minutes, he drove off. I wrote the time in the log and texted Officer Hale. The next morning, I found new chalk marks on our sidewalk. A circle with an X through it. On our block. Kids draw all the time. Hopscotch grids. Smiley faces. This didn't look like a game. Felix said he hadn't done it. I photographed it and washed it away with the hose. Then I ordered a motion light for the front and a camera for the porch. I didn't want our house to feel like a fortress. I wanted it to feel like a boundary. Those are not the same. In therapy that week, Arya placed the doll with the pink shirt in a toy car and pushed it along the carpet road to the hospital dollhouse. She parked carefully. She goes to the doctor. She told Dr. Lee. Munru. He says small bites. He says bodies fight. What do you say, doctor? Munru asked. I say love listens. Arya answered, and glanced at me in triumph. We left with a new drawing and an assignment, 3 sentences Arya could say when she felt scared. She chose them herself. My voice matters. The door is open. I can ask for help. We taped those on the wall by her bed. The dinosaur light glowed green on the paper. The foxes watched like sentries. The day before the review hearing, Kendall called. The DA is opening a preliminary inquiry into the stipend and the money orders, she said. Don't bank on charges soon, but it's moving. Also, bring Rovin's folder tomorrow. He doesn't need to be there yet. The judge will want proof he exists in a healthier way now. Rowan says he'll wait for our signal. I said, that's the right posture. She replied, it's not about him yet. It's about Arya. We went to the pediatrician that afternoon for a check. Arya had gained 1.5 pounds. The doctor smiled a real smile. Slow and steady, she said. That's the song. On the way home, we drove past my parents' street. Not to gawk, to measure. The maple in their yard had dropped leaves that no one raked. The porch light was on in the day. The new big television flickered blue behind the blinds. On the neighbor's porch, Luann waved with 2 fingers. I didn't stop. I waved back. The chapter there wasn't finished. But I didn't want to sit in it. That night, I printed the log. Arya's open door drawing. The love listens note. The money order copies. The letter from my mother. And the photos of the trunk. I put them in order. Lila checked each page like a pilot doing pre-flight. Felix brought me a sticker and pressed it onto the folder spine. A gold star. For court, he said. For court? I agreed. Before bed, Arya asked a question she hadn't asked yet. Will Grandma and Grandpa say sorry, she whispered. I don't know. I said, sometimes grown-ups can't find the word. If they find it, can we hear it, she asked. When we're ready. I said, and when it won't hurt you. She nodded as if that made sense to her small, wise mind. Love listens, she said, half asleep. Love listens, I echoed, and turned the dinosaur light down one notch. The next morning, we walked into the courthouse together. Lila held my hand until we had to separate for the metal detector. Felix stayed with a neighbor, building a fort out of couch cushions and good intentions. Kendall met us outside the courtroom with her pen like a sword and a smile like a shield. You brought the art, she asked. I held up the drawing. She nodded. Good. You'd be surprised how often the soft thing is the strongest thing in the room. We took our seats across the aisle. Victor and Darlene sat with new counsel. Darlene's hands were empty. No tissue to fold. Victor stared ahead. The trunk photos and the money orders had landed somewhere inside their story. I didn't know where. I didn't need to. The judge entered. Clear gaze. Calm voice. Papers in order. I felt my heart climb into my throat and then settle. This wasn't the end. It was the next careful line we would draw. And we were ready to draw it. Courtroom C felt colder than last time. Same judge. Same wood. Different me. I had a folder with tabs. Kendall had a calm smile and a pen that didn't miss. Judge Alvarez opened. Status, she said. Kendall stood. Arya has gained 1.6 pounds. She began. She's in weekly play therapy with Dr. Peden. Munru. Night terrors decreasing. A school re-entry plan is ready. We submit a care log. Pediatric notes. CPS updates. Copies of money orders endorsed by Darlene Alvarez. And a photo record of the locked closet and trunk contents. We also submit this drawing. Your Honor. She lifted Arya's picture of our house with the open door. It reflects stability in the petitioner's home. The judge studied it longer than I expected. Her mouth softened. Noted, she said. CPS appeared on Zoom. Corin's square lit up. We recommend continuing placement with Mr. Alvarez, she said. No contact from grandparents pending investigation. Supervised. Therapeutic visitation may be appropriate for the father after intake and sobriety verification. The grandparents' new lawyer rose. Smoother suit. Same tone. My clients regret misunderstandings, he said. They seek a chance to repair. They request brief weekly visits at their home. Kendall didn't flinch. We oppose unsupervised contact, she said. Evidence shows ongoing minimization, stipend misuse, and interference with the father's attempts to support the child. The judge turned to my parents. Do you have anything to say? She asked. Mom lifted her chin. We love Arya, she said. Children cry. Houses need quiet. We did our best. Did you write, be quiet on masking tape at child height? Kendall asked. Mom hesitated. It was a reminder. For whom? Kendall pressed. For all of us, Mom said. Voice thin. The judge shifted to Dad. Mr. Alvarez. He folded his hands. House rules are not crimes, he said. Boys today are soft. Mason is making a public drama. Kendall set the stack of money order copies on the evidence table. Your Honor. Funds marked for the minor's shoes and coats were endorsed and cashed by Mrs. Alvarez. We also have a police report from the father regarding these transfers. The judge read the first page. Flicked to the next. D. A. Referral logged. She noted. Then to me, Mr. Alvarez. Your update. I stood. Arya sleeps with a nightlight. I said, She eats small meals, she says. Love listens. When she's scared, we don't close doors. The judge looked at me for a long beat. Thank you, she said. Where is the father? Kendall answered. Rowan Alvarez is not present at our request, she said. He is 14 months sober. He has provided letters and proof of consistent attempts to support Arya that were blocked by the grandparents. He asks for nothing today except that Arya remain safe. He's available by phone. The judge nodded. Put him on. Kendall tapped her screen. Rowan's voice came through, steadier than I'd ever heard it. Your Honor, he said. I am responsible for the years I lost. I am sober and still doing the work. I sent money and letters monthly. I wasn't allowed to see her. I support placement with my brother. I request therapeutic visitation when her therapist says she's ready. I'll follow this court's orders. No excuses. Not begging. Just a line of truth. The grandparents' lawyer tried a last angle. These are family wounds, he said. They heal better at home. Sometimes home is the wound, the judge replied, almost to herself. Then she sat forward. Here is the order. Palm posed. Hearts too. Temporary custody continues with the petitioner, she said. No contact order for the grandparents remains for 6 months. With review after CPS completes its investigation and after the grandparents complete 12 weeks of parenting education and counseling. They are to stay 100 yards from the child's residence, school, and caregiver workplaces. Violations will be enforced. Mom stiffened. Dad stared. Supervised therapeutic visitation is authorized for the father. Once Dr. Monroe gives a readiness letter and after a negative test panel is logged monthly for 3 months. The judge continued. The district attorney will review financial records for potential misuse of funds. The stipend is suspended permanently. The court commends the petitioner's documentation. Herr Gase found me again. Keep doing exactly what you're doing, she said. We'll review in 90 days. The gavel tapped. Not loud. Final. In the hallway. My parents waited like ghosts who hadn't been told the house sold. Mom spoke first. You've humiliated us, she whispered. Are you happy? No, I said. I'm done. Dad took 1 step closer. You think you won? He said. You'll see. See what I asked? Voice even. That quiet can be cruel, I've already seen it. He opened his mouth. Closed it. We walked past them. No scene. No last word. Power shifts sound like silence sometimes. Outside, the air felt bigger. Kendall stood with us on the steps. The next move, she said, is stamina. Keep the log. Keep therapy. Start school when Arya's ready. If the grandparents test boundaries, you call Hale. If Rowan follows the plan, we circle back. Thank you, I said. You did the heavy lift, she said. Go home. Home smelled like soap and garlic. Lila had made soup because Lila thinks ahead. Arya drew a tiny gavel on her chart and gave me a star. Felix put a sticker on Captain's ear. Court Fox, it declared. We kept the afternoon simple. Blocks. A nap. A walk at dusk where Arya picked a leaf shaped like a heart and kept it in her pocket. She watched the street with new ease. When a truck idled 2 blocks down, she tightened. Then looked at me. You call for help, she said. Almost matter of fact. I do, I said. Officer Hale called after dark. We served the stay-away conditions. He said, "Your father said some colorful things. We recorded it. If you drive past again, we escalate. Camera's good. Up and running." I said, "At midnight." Motion lights flared. I checked the feed. A shadow on the sidewalk. Not Dad. A teenager cutting through yards. The light washed him in truth, and he kept moving. I exhaled and went back to the chair by Arya's door. She slept with her hand open like she had dropped fear and forgotten to pick it up. The next morning, Rowan texted one line. "Thank you for letting me be a voice." "Not a problem." I stared at it. I typed back, "Thank you for speaking like a father." He didn't reply. Not because he vanished, because he understood pace. At therapy, Dr. Monroe used puppets to rehearse hard moments. She gave Arya the grandma puppet. "What do you want to say to her?" she asked. Arya made the puppet stand with its hands behind its back. Then she lifted her own chin and spoke without shaking. "My voice matters," she told the puppet. "The door is open. Love listens." I swallowed and blinked hard. Dr. Monroe nodded once. Proud and practical. "Let's practice walking away now," she said. And they did. 3 steps. Turn. Breathe. Look up. Ask for help. The steps of a new dance. School started the following week. Just an hour at first. Lila walked Arya in. Felix held her backpack like it was a flag. The room smelled like crayons and possibility. The teacher crouched. "Hi, Arya," she said. "Your desk has a fox sticker. Your brother helped me pick it." Arya traced the sticker. "Co-captains," she whispered, and slid into the chair. I stood in the doorway until she waved me off with a tiny smile that said, "I've got this." I stepped back and let her have it. On Friday, a woman from my parents' church knocked. Soft cardigan. Softer eyes. "They're hurting," she said. "They want peace. Then they should do the course." I replied, "And stop driving by my house." She flinched. "They feel judged. They are being judged by a court that protects children." I said, "You can bring them soup. You can bring them truth." She didn't like that. She left with a blessing that sounded like a bruise. I wrote it down. Evidence isn't only for judges. It's for your own memory when people try to sand the edges off what happened. 2 weeks later, Rowan had his intake with Dr. Monroe. He went alone. She sent a simple note, motivated. Appropriate. No pressure on the child. The lab test came back clean. 1 month. Then 2. He kept showing up to the quiet things groups. Meetings. Work. Sleep. Sent no photos. He didn't perform. He waited. We met once at the park without Arya. He stared at the swings and told me something I didn't know. "Dad taught me to take things apart to make them quiet," he said. I thought that was love. He kicked a pebble and watched it skitter. "I'm learning love is putting things back in a way that lets them speak." "Keep learning," I said. He nodded. "Invite me when she's ready." He said, "If that day never comes, I'll accept it. But I'm building a life where it can." The DA's office called near month 3. "We're pursuing a restitution agreement," the woman said. "If the grandparents accept, we avoid a trial. If not, we file. Either way, we'll record the misuse." I didn't cheer. I didn't gloat. I said, "Thank you," and hung up. Then I sat on the porch and watched Felix teach Arya how to ride a scooter. She fell once. She didn't cry. She looked up at me, checked the open door, and got back on. The second review hearing slid onto the calendar like a storm you can see coming and plan around. Kendall sent a list. I printed my log and clipped the newest pages. Wait up. Nightmares down. New sentences. New drawings. A library card with her name in real ink. Before bed that night, Arya tugged my sleeve. Can we visit Mama Noel's grave? She asked. With you. And with my dad. All of us. It was her idea. Not ours. It arrived clean and brave. Leela squeezed my hand. I nodded. Yes. I said. We'll go this weekend. She exhaled as if she had been holding that breath for years. Okay, she said, and slid under the blanket. I sat in the chair and watched the dinosaur nightlight paint green on her wall. The foxes kept watch. The door stayed open. Tomorrow we would stand at a stone with Noel's name and let Arya speak her own words into open air. After that, the court again. After that, more days like this one. With soup and scooters and sentences that were once impossible. Love listens. The line held. We drove to the cemetery on a clear Saturday. The air was bright and thin. Rowan waited by the gate. Hands empty. Face bare. He didn't wave. He just stood so Arya could see all of him at once. Doctor. Monroe had said to keep the moment simple. No gifts. No speeches. Let Arya lead. We walked the path between stones. Leaves ticked under our shoes. Noel's marker sat beneath a maple. Someone had tucked a small angel there years ago. The paint was chipped. The wings still held. Arya knelt first. She didn't cry. She placed the heart-shaped leaf from her pocket on the stone. She set both foxes on either side like tiny guards. Then she whispered. Hi. Mama? The wind moved. Nothing else did. Rowan stood a step behind. Not closer. He spoke to the marker. Not to us. I hurt. He said. Voice low. I ran. I got help. I'm here now. No pleading. Not performance. He let the words sit where they fell. Arya looked up at me. I nodded once. She turned to him. I have 3 sentences. She said, as if she was reciting a lesson. My voice matters. The door is open. I can ask for help. Rowan pressed his mouth shut to keep from breaking. Those are good, he said. Arya touched the stone with her palm. I was quiet a long time. She added, now love listens. We stayed until the sun shifted and the maple's shadow moved. On the walk back, Arya held Lila's hand and Rowan's for 3 steps. Then let go. Small. Safe strides. Enough for today. Therapy that week was lighter. Arya drove the pink shirt doll to a pretend park and gave her ice cream with no rules. Doctor. Monroe made a note. She's practicing choice, she said to me later. That's healing. Rowan kept each boundary we set. Supervised. Then therapeutic visits. Short. Then a bit longer. Dr. Monroe sat in on the first 2. She watched the space between them. Not just the words. Arya learned she could say enough and he would stop. He learned his job wasn't to earn a title. It was to earn trust. The district attorney called Kendall the next week. Restitution was on the table. The office would avoid trial if my parents agreed to pay back funds into a trust for Arya. Parenting classes and counseling were conditions. A written apology would be required. Not a performance. An admission. Clear and plain. They'll hate that. I said. They can choose it. Kendall replied. Or they can choose court. They chose the paper. The first letter arrived folded into a church bulletin. It said, "We love you. We made mistakes. We wanted quiet. Please remember our dinners. Please remember we tried." Kendall read it and shook her head. "This is not an apology," she said. "It is nostalgia in a dress." The DA's office sent it back with notes. Weeks passed. The second letter came in a plain envelope. It was 4 sentences. "We locked you in a closet. We left you alone. We took money meant for you. It was wrong." My hands trembled as I slid it into the file. I didn't show it to Arya. Not yet. Dr. Monroe would decide when. 90 days arrived anyway. Courtroom C again. Same judge. Different edges. Kendall opened with facts. Weight up. Nightmares down. School attendance steady. Letters recovered. Restitution agreement drafted. Parenting course enrolled. No violations of the stay-away order. Father compliant with testing. Therapist recommends gradual expansion of therapeutic visits with father. The judge read the file carefully. She did not hurry anything. Then she spoke. "Permanent custody is awarded to the petitioner," she said. And the word permanent felt like a floor that would not shift under a child's feet. "The father may move to structured unsupervised day visits when the therapist certifies readiness. The grandparents shall complete all conditions before any petition for contact will be considered. And even then it will be therapeutic and supervised." She paused. "This court recognizes the child's expressed phrases as protective language. Caregivers are ordered to reinforce them." She looked at me. "Keep the door open." Outside. Lila exhaled and laughed at the same time. I didn't laugh. I just let my shoulders drop from my ears. Kendall squeezed my arm. "You built a record," she said. "Now you build a life." We did. Arya started full days at school. She read to Felix on the couch at night. Tracing words with a finger, she made a new friend named June who liked foxes and rain. They swapped stickers and secrets. Arya joined the art club. She painted doors in different colors, all of them open. At home, routines hardened into comfort. Breakfast was slow. Lunch had choices. Dinners were simple and warm. Arya tried tomato soup and said it tasted like a hug. Felix declared Pizza Fridays a law. We obeyed. Sometimes heaviness still visited. The past doesn't ask permission. One afternoon, the washing machine knocked hard in the spin cycle. Arya froze in the hall and lifted her hands like she was counting thumps. I stood beside her and counted 2. 5. I said. 6. We reached 10 together. The machine settled. She took a breath and smiled weakly. Bodies fight, she said, echoing Dr. Shaw's line from months ago. It helped. It always did. Rowan kept doing quiet work. Meetings. Labs. Therapy. He moved into a small apartment across town. He sent 1 text a week. Always the same shape. Here's my schedule. Here's my test. Here if needed. When Dr. Monroe said yes. We tried an hour at the park with him and Arya and me. It was stiff at first. Then a soccer ball appeared. Then a laugh. He didn't push for more. He waited for Arya to ask. She asked to go again the next weekend. It wasn't a movie moment. It was better. It was real. The restitution payments started going into a trust account in Arya's name. I didn't mark the dates on the calendar. I let Kendall watch that line. Money couldn't fix a closet. It could pay for supplies, therapy, and a future. That mattered. My parents finished the classes. They sent a receipt in an envelope with no note. The church friend came by and said they were different now. I didn't open the door. I said, "The therapist will decide." That was not cruelty. That was safety. 1 year turned up quietly like a page. We measured it not with a party but with a small trip to the library. Aria signed her name on a card in careful letters. The librarian smiled. "Welcome," she said. Aria carried her card like a jewel. We still had bad nights. On those, I sat in the hall and drank tea with Lila and watched the dinosaur light glow. On the worst one, Aria woke up, walked to the door on her own, and stood there. She didn't reach for the wall. She didn't scan for a shadow. She whispered, "The door is open," and went back to bed. I cried then, quietly, not because I was sad, because she had taken a step no one else could take for her. Rowan and I met for coffee on a Tuesday after a therapy session. He looked older and honest. He said, "I'm applying for Sunday visits with Dr. Monroe's blessing." I said, "We'll follow her lead." He said, "I know." He didn't ask for more. He didn't ask for faster. He sat in a chair and let the process be the proof. I didn't say I'm proud. I didn't have to. He could hear it in the way I didn't brace. A letter arrived from the DA's office in spring. Restitution complete. Case closed with conditions met. It did not feel like triumph. It felt like a ledger balanced in a room where the hardest math is trust. Then summer came, and with it a question from Aria that caught me off guard. "Can we plant a little tree for Mama?" she asked. "Not at the cemetery. Here." She pointed to the corner of the yard near the fence. "We can," I said. "You pick." We chose a sapling with leaves like coins. We dug a hole and set it straight. Felix staged both foxes at the base like statues. Lila tied a ribbon to the stake. Rowan knelt and pressed soil with his bare hands. Aria patted the ground and whispered, "Grow." We watered the tree every evening. It stood in the wind and didn't bend much. It didn't need to. It had space. One late afternoon, my phone buzzed with an unknown number. I almost let it go. "Old habit?" I answered. "Mr. Alvarez," a woman said. "I'm calling from the counseling center. Your parents completed their program. They've asked for a joint session with you. No child present. No pressure. You can say no." My chest tightened and loosened all at once. "Not now?" I said. "Maybe later." "Understood," she replied. I sat on the steps and watched the sapling. Leela sat beside me. "What do you want?" she asked. "I want to keep my house steady." I said, "I want Arya to feel like the world doesn't tilt. I don't want to clean their storm in my living room again. I also want to be a son who tried. Trying doesn't mean reopening a wound." She said, "Trying can be choosing not to bleed." We waited another month. Then I agreed to one session at the center. Neutral ground. A clock on the wall. Chairs that faced each other without swallowing you. A therapist sat between us. My mother looked smaller. My father looked harder. They said the words the program had taught them to say. "We harmed you. We harmed Arya. We made our comfort more important than care." They didn't cry. They didn't rage. They spoke like people who had finally admitted a fact even they could not deny. I listened. I didn't fix. I said, "We won't be seeing each other for a while longer." I said, "If there is contact in the future, it will be slow and supervised." I said, Arya's safety comes first. The therapist nodded. My parents didn't argue. The session ended. We all stood. No hugs. No scene. A door opened. Then we walked out of different ones. On Arya's 7th birthday. We lit 7 small candles on a cake Lila baked. The frosting was messy and perfect. The foxes wore paper hats. Felix led us in a loud, off-key song. Arya laughed so hard she had to sit down. When the candles smoked, she whispered a wish. She didn't tell me what it was. She didn't have to. She got to keep some things just for herself. That night, when she was tucked in, she asked for the apology letter. The real one. Dr. Monroe said it might be time. I brought it to her room. I sat on the floor while she read each line out loud. Slow and steady. When she finished, she placed it on the nightstand. What do you think I asked? I think it's true, she said. And I think I don't want to see them yet. She turned her face toward the wall where her 3 sentences hung. My voice matters, she whispered. The door is open. I can ask for help. You just did, I said. She pushed the foxes together so their noses touched. They listen, she murmured. Then she slept. Years will pass. More hearings might come. Life will add weight and take it away. New worries will arrive with new joys. That's how living works. But the shape of our home is set. No locks. Open doors. Light left on. Bowls without rules. Quiet that is safety. Not silence. If you are watching this and your gut is loud, hear me. Quiet is not always peace. Noise is not always harm. The test is simple. What does the smallest person in the room feel? Start there. Build from there. Write things down. Keep your voice low and your spine straight. Call people who know the law. Take photos. Save letters. Keep going when the first no shakes you. The story will try to make you doubt your own eyes. Trust what you saw. Trust what the child tells you. Even when it comes out sideways as drawings or counted thumps. Also, this love is a verb you practice. It is soup. It is a seat in a hallway at 2 a.m. It is a phone you don't answer and a call you do make. It is a window you break because a child said help. Arya asked me once, "What did you do the night I called you?" I told her the truth. I drove. I said, I broke a small thing to fix a big one. And then I kept going. The maple over Noel's stone throws a larger shadow now. The sapling in our yard pushes new buds each spring. Rowan shows up on Sundays and takes short walks with his daughter. He brings a ball, not a story. He learned the trick. Love listens. I don't know what you would have done at that kitchen window in the storm. I know what I did. I know what I'll do again if I have to. And if you've been the quiet one in your family, I hope you hear this. The door is open. What would you have said to the judge? What sentence would you write on your wall if you needed a new rule for home? Tell me in the comments. Someone reading might need your words the way Arya needed hers. We leave the nightlight on. We keep the bowls on the table. We count thumps only when we want to. And when the house settles, the sound it makes is not fear. It's rest. Story 2. On the morning we buried Uncle Thomas, I wanted nothing from the world but a quiet hour to water the cattle and check the north fence. The church smelled of lilies and furniture polish, a scent that never belonged to our family. We were dust and diesel and rain that arrived late. If at all, I stood near the aisle, fingers wrapped around a paper cup of tap water, watching the light fall across the photograph of him in his faded denim jacket, one hand on the gate, the other shading his eyes from the Sonoma sun. Elaine, my mother, stepped in front of me. smooth as if she'd rehearsed it. Pearls and grief arranged in equal measure. Her voice carried the way only hers could. Give me the Cadillac keys, Harriet. The 250 acres and the 400 head will be split 3 ways. Family first. Ants stiffened. A man I didn't recognize paused mid-bow with his head still tipped toward the photograph. A child dropped a hymn sheet. Paper fluttering like a startled bird. The words hung in the air. Bright and cold. Graham, my father, stood a pace behind her. Eyes measured. Hand already resting on the shoulder of a young attorney who had the look of a PR brochure. I set the cup on the windowsill so I wouldn't crush it in my hand. I chose silence. Not surrender silence. The kind that keeps you from bleeding out before you can stitch the wound. I tasted metal under my tongue and told myself what I have always told myself when storms parked over our land: do not speak until you can see the fence line. The lily petals trembled in the air conditioning, and something inside me, old as my first payday on that ranch, lifted its head. What came next would make them wish they had measured me by what I endured instead of what I gave away. 2. After the crowd slid into the Sonoma afternoon, I stayed. The priest murmured something about mercy, then fled. Grateful to escape the temperature our family brought wherever we walked. Elaine left with a crisp nod, her heels marking time on the wood floor like a metronome. Graham shook hands like a candidate. I moved to the photograph and set it straight the way Thomas always did when a frame was off by a hair. Don't worry, I said to the dust motes and the hat brim in the memory of his tobacco laugh. They won't touch your land. At the cottage behind the main house, Maxwell Thornton arrived right on time. Gray suit soft at the elbows. A man whose calm was its own loudness. On the kitchen table lay a lifetime's worth of papers, deeds, insurance policies, grazing permits, contracts with the co-op. A list of names scrawled in Thomas's hand, men who could be trusted to show when the pipe busted after midnight. Maxwell opened his briefcase and read, no theatrics, no Latin flourishes. When he reached the last line, he folded the will and slid it toward me. All land, assets, livestock, personal property, and the vehicle are transferred to you, Harriet. He anticipated resistance. These filings are airtight. He placed a sealed envelope on the stack. It had my name in Thomas's slanted script. Later, I said. He nodded. Be ready. I was not a woman who felt victory. I was soil take a boot print. I'll grow around it. But the shaking in my fingers subsided, and I could breathe without counting. Outside, dusk slid over the pasture like someone pulling a sheet up to the chin of a tired child. Sam Bennett showed before sunrise with black coffee and 2 croissants he insisted were for inventory, not comfort. We sat on the back steps. Fog lifted off the lower fields and low rivers, the kind that make the cattle look like they're standing in steam. The herd muttered and shifted. Somewhere a metal gate clanged like a bell. She meant it, Sam said. The way he says most things true by default. Not persuasion. I know. He watched the fog thin, then added, expect trouble. Trouble did not knock. It arrived the way rain does in August building and then all at once. A courier with a spine like a ruler. An envelope thick with filings demand for reconsideration. Petition to delay transfer. Motion to freeze distribution pending formal challenge. I could hear Maxwell's airtight as if the man were standing under my porch lamp. Elaine and Graham did not call. They sent paper and a rumor that I had taken advantage. That grief had softened Thomas's mind. That daughters owe the hands that raised them, even the hands that pushed them out of the house when they refused to co-sign a loan with interest sharp enough to cut a throat. 8 years is a long time to learn how to be polite to silence. I had done my homework. That night I opened the envelope Thomas left. Inside was a voice recorder and a letter. The letter was brief, dated 3 weeks before his heart said no for the last time. I'm leaving it to you because you don't sell what feeds you. When I got sick, they came around with bright teeth and soft hands. I told them to come back when the grass started growing uphill. If they try you, you wait them out. And you tell the truth out loud. I pressed the recorder. His voice filled the room slower than I remembered. But steady. Deliberate. He spoke about Graham's ideas that always ended in someone else's debt. Elaine's talent for calling selfishness sacrifice. The meeting where a developer spread maps on his kitchen table and promised him a boutique resort where Bean, the calf Sam rescued in a February cold snap, liked to sleep in the winter sun. I said no. Thomas told the machine. And I'm saying it again here. If they put your back to a wall, take this to town and let the light do what it does. Evers 2nd. The first red ribbon came tied to a business card. I found it under the sugar jar when I lifted it to wipe a ring of spilled coffee. Silver Ridge Development in glossy blue. A phone number. A website that sounded like someone's version of a dream. On the back, Elaine's handwriting prelim survey asked for Jack. I didn't call. I walked past the irrigation shed, along the line where the Hawthorne volunteers insist on returning, to the equipment barn Thomas built with a neighbor who could eyeball a level better than most men can use one. On his desk, oak nicked by 20 winters of wet gloves and keys tossed from a cold hand one plank had never sat flat. I slid a putty knife under the edge and lifted it clean. Envelope. Rubber band. A roll of plans that smelled like graphite. I spread them across the desk. Red pencil lines slashed the pasture into rectangles. In the corner, initials E. M. Beneath a neat note, split lots, 234, push access road across South Paddock. My breath failed clean out of me. Not a gasp. Not a cry. Just an empty moment where the body forgets in order to remember better later. Gravel crunched outside under someone's boots. A cow lowed. Deep and irritated at nothing. I slid the plans back into the envelope and reset the board. The sky beyond the barn door was so blue it looked painted. Truth doesn't need symbols. Thomas used to say, "It sits there. Same color. It's been all week." V. Elaine arrived just before dinner. Graham a step behind. The pair dressed like they were visiting a bank. Not a daughter. She didn't ask to come in. She stepped across the threshold the way water takes a gap in the levee. "This doesn't have to be ugly," she said, laying papers on my kitchen table as if setting a table for Sunday lunch. "Half the acreage. We're not unreasonable." Graham followed with the voice he saved for church committees. "Keep the house and a few acres to walk around. You never wanted the burden." Harry. He used the nickname from a decade ago, as if time alone could make it welcome again. "Let us take the headache." I picked up the first page, deeds with blanks already inscribed with their names. A tidy paragraph guaranteeing the herd would be relocated efficiently. A clause that used the phrase optimal economic outcome where I would have said stripping a life for parts. "No," I said. Elena blinked. "Excuse me. No." The word sat between us like a rock. Graham smiled. The slow kind you give a child who has misunderstood arithmetic. "We're family." "We were," I said. "And then you asked me to sign a debt that would have taken this place when your luck ran the way it always runs." I said no. "You left. 8 years. No birthdays. No rain checks. Just empty chairs." Elaine's voice softened the way it does when she senses a witness. You'll regret this. Pride doesn't keep the fences mended. Neither does greed. I said, come back Thursday night. I'll say what needs saying where everyone can hear it. Her eyes went hard. Graham folded the papers. Every edge exactly aligned. You always were stubborn. I am now, I said, and shut the door gently in their faces. V.I. Callie Hart pulled into the yard with tortillas, cheese, and a look that meant she had already heard 4 versions of the story in town and wanted the 5th, the one with the facts intact. Callie doesn't decorate the truth. She sweeps around it and lets you sit on a clean floor. We're not doing the whisper campaign, I said between bites. We're doing light. She nodded. Clara. Clara Whitmore had filmed the moment in the church when Elaine asked for keys and thirds. Her camera tucked in a way that respected grief but did not ignore harm. She set up in the office with headphones and a small mountain of cables and a patience that made me like her more with every hour. We layered Thomas's recording over the clip of Elaine's demand. Then we laid in screenshots of the Silver Ridge business card and PDFs Maxwell had pulled the night before from the County Land Commission preliminary inquiries that had somehow appeared in the queue before Thomas was even cold. Run it clean, I told her. No music. No persuasion. If truth needs a drum beat, it isn't truth. Eleanor Price arrived with ginger cookies and a pencil thick as her porch broom. Retired judge or not, the woman sees around corners. She marked the places in the report a lawyer would try to tug loose and handed notes to Maxwell, who had drifted in and taken a chair like he lived here. You'll get another motion, he said. They'll try mental fitness. They'll throw expert declarations. We file again. And we don't blink. I won't, I said, and realized that I meant it down to the marrow. V.I. The Stock Growers Association hall smells like coffee and rope. By the time the folding chairs filled and Sam took his place near the back, the room felt like a thunderhead. Clara rolled the footage. The church. Elaine's voice. Thomas's recorded gravel riding the room like a low river. I'm leaving it to you because you don't sell what feeds you. The Silver Ridge email asking for a temporary signature from the heir presumptive to expedite infrastructure permitting. No one coughed. No one checked a phone. When the screen went dark, people started talking the way people talk when they've been waiting for too long. Not gossip testimony. The woman who delivered salt blocks out here during the drought and never saw Graham once. The man whose brother lost his place after signing with a developer who promised him 4 times what he owned and left him with nothing but a gravel driveway to a house he did not live in. Graham stood first. He spoke about sacrifice and fairness. Elaine followed with tears that arrived on schedule. They called me ungrateful. Cold. A daughter who had forgotten where her blood came from. Sam stepped to the front, the way a man steps into a barn. He knows shoulders square. Voice steady. She kept this place through 3 dry summers, he said. When the pump failed, she hauled water till her hands cracked. When the heifer couldn't calve, she had her arms in up to the elbow. She's not selling. Not for anybody's plan in a jacket. Eleanor read the paragraph from Thomas's letter to the County Land Commission. Under no circumstances are Graham or Elaine Monroe to be included in decision-making regarding this land. My reasons are private and final. Maxwell laid the filings on a table and said, in his unexcited way, there is no legal path for a freeze. Not with these documents. The vote that followed meant nothing on paper. But it was a fence line. Every hand in the room went up and stayed up. Leave the land with the person Thomas named. V.I. The fallout did what fallout does, fell quickly. Settled slowly. Silver Ridge scrubbed a press release from their website before breakfast. The co-op pulled Graham's name from a committee he'd joined the previous afternoon. A letter landed in Maxwell's inbox, withdrawing an exploratory partnership. The attorney who arrived with my parents at the funeral stopped returning their calls. Elaine did not appear for a week. When she did, she wore a sweater, the color of old snow, and carried a sad bouquet from a grocery store display meant for anniversaries. She sat on the porch swing and waited. A picture of maternal endurance that would have fooled the part of me that desperately wanted something simple if I hadn't seen the parcel map in red pencil. "You humiliated me," she said when I reached the steps. "You tried to take my home." She flinched. "You don't have to be cruel." Cruel is laying roads across a pasture. A man tended 40 years because you like the way money looks in a line of zeros. She stood. For the first time in our lives, she looked small. "I'm your mother," she said. "You are," I said. "And love without respect is a wound we keep pressing on." She left without another word. I watched the dust settle long after her car turned out of sight. Somewhere between the day the last motion failed and the morning Sam and I replaced the chain on the south gate, the land began to sound different. Note guitar truer. Fence wire pinged. The creek stitched itself along the willow roots. Bean thumped his sides against the post like a child testing a wall. It is a strange thing to feel peace occupy space that resentment once rented by the hour. I called Eleanor and asked for help drafting something Thomas would have approved of. She listened while I described the program I had seen forming in my mind since the night I pressed play on his recording workshops on sustainable grazing and vineyard care for women starting over after the world took what it shouldn't have. Not a charity. Not a brand. A circle. With work at its center. We named it the Thomas Monroe Women's Circle because names matter and good men deserve their due. I kept the house and the herd. The rest, when I was gone, would live as a trust. Harder to pry open than that board on Thomas's desk. Callie brought flyers without clip art. Just dates. A phone number. And a sentence that felt like an oath. "We teach what keeps the gate standing." Maya Brooks arrived in a hat that had belonged to her grandmother and hands that had not yet learned where to be. She learned fast. She had a way with halters, being respected, and a laugh that lifted the corners of bad afternoons. The first Saturday, 27 women came. Teachers, clerks, a nurse who had lived on a cul-de-sac for 20 years and wanted to know why the ground spoke to her in a language she'd forgotten. We built fence. Learned the smell of good hay versus hay that will wreck a rumen. Mended a split hose with a coupler and 2 clamps that will outlast some marriages. We ate sandwiches under the oak and told the kind of stories that begin with, "I thought I was finished," and end with, "Then I remembered how to say no." Trouble. Like foxes. Returns to places it once found food. It came one afternoon when Jeanette, retired teacher, new friend, handed me a glossy trifold she'd picked up in town. My name was on the front. So was Elaine's. Monroe Legacy Initiative, it said in elegant serif, with photographs lifted from the circle's first day. At the bottom, advisors Graham and Elaine Monroe. They were collecting early access consulting fees. Cash only. 4 women had paid. 2 asked for refunds. None were returned. I didn't call them. I called Eleanor. "Cease and desist. Today," she said. "Then we file with the state. Keep your feet under you." We did. The funds were frozen before dinner. The paper ran a short piece, nothing florid. Just the kind of notice that makes people pause. Clara cut a 3-minute follow-up fax. Exhibits. A line from Thomas's letter about not selling what feeds you. It was a mirror. Not a sword. That was enough. Graham came at dusk. Sleeves rolled. Jaw moving like he was chewing humble pie and wishing for a steak. He didn't step on the porch. She's not okay, he said, eyes on the horizon. She will be when she stops taking what isn't hers. I said. His eyes flicked toward me. You could help. I did. I told the truth. He left with the color drained from his face. The way a man looks when he realizes a door has become a wall. XI. Peace makes room for other people's hope. Letters arrived in handwriting that made me want to pour coffee and bake something. A widow who wanted to learn to run a small herd and had a roof that leaked like gossip. A woman my age who had never put her hands in dirt and suspected the cure for a particular kind of loneliness might be something that grows slowly. Then a letter from Mendocino. Miriam, who had managed a small winery with Thomas a lifetime ago, wrote that she was finished with her parcel. She wanted it tended by someone who knew why windbreaks matter and why you never leave the hinge side of a gate unbraced. I took the train up, walked the property with her, said little. She pressed a folder into my hands as if passing a sleeping child. Make something honest, she said. And that was that. The circle had a second sight harsher soil. A creek that jumped its banks when it took a mind to. Fences that would teach patience to saints. On the drive home, I did not feel like an avenger. Revenge is loud and burns fast. Roots do their work without applause. Sin. On a Sunday when the heat lay on the ground like a wool blanket, Callie brought her daughter, Nova, who wore boots 2 sizes too big and a purple notebook for important thoughts. She asked if she could plant a vine. We took her to the southeast corner where the soil keeps secrets. She pressed the cutting into the earth and whispered something into its leaves. What'd you tell it? I asked. That I'll be here when it needs me, she said. And something behind my ribs loosened. That night, I drove the Cadillac along the back road. Not to show off. Not to flee, just to feel the engine that Thomas kept running even when the pump was failing and the rain came late. The windows down. Air thick with lavender from the edge of the yard. I turned around at the county line and came home the way I always do. The car belongs to the roads between fields, not the highway. See, Elaine returned once more. No pearls this time. No brochure. She stood at the bottom step and looked not at me but at the land as if she might see in the grass the thing she had tried to own by law and lost by something older than law. I didn't plan for it to go that far, she said. You started it by telling yourself a story where I was an obstacle. She swallowed. I wanted a piece of him. You can have a piece of him without taking what he left in my hands. I gestured toward the fields. This is not a trophy. It's work. It's mornings. It's 1,000 small choices that don't look like anything until you stop and notice the fence is still standing. She nodded. A tiny move I could have missed. What do you want from me? Distance, I said. Silence. Respect for the borders you crossed. She wiped her face with the heel of her hand. An inelegant gesture I recognized from my own mirror. All right. She left without drama. I went inside and wrote one sentence in Thomas's journal, where my hand had made room beneath his last entry. We come from the earth and return to it. Between those moments, we live by the boundaries we honor. Exiv. By the time the first circle gathering turned a year old, the barn rafters had heard enough laughter to disinfect whatever sorrow had been stored there. The sign Callie carved Thomas Monroe Women's Circle hung beside the big door where the afternoon light hits just right. On Saturdays the yard filled with trucks and borrowed cars. We taught electrified netting to keep predators honest. How to read a label on a mineral block. Why you never chase a cow that's already spooked. You just walk and let her remember you're part of the world. Not a threat. No press. No speeches. Just work, and the kind of quiet that follows a hard day done right. Sometimes, After the last thermos was washed and the last chair folded, I sat on the steps and watched the field breathe. Sam would wander by and rub Bean between the eyes like he was buffing a piece of good luck. Maya would lock the tack room and hum something that sounded older than the nails holding the place together. I didn't check the horizon for trouble. If it came again, it would find me where it found me last time, upright, with both hands on what was mine to keep. XV. People like to ask for morals. I don't have one tidy enough for a bumper sticker. I have this: a lie makes noise. Truth sits in the light and lets your eyes adjust. Elaine and Graham taught me that without meaning to. Thomas taught me something else. You protect what feeds you, even when the people who share your blood tell you you're selfish for it. If you have been shoved to the edge of your own life by the ones who should have built you a seat at the table, listen for the sound of your own breath coming back. It's quieter than you think, and stronger. When it arrives, stand, plant, say no where no belongs, make a circle, and keep the gate. The land will tell you when you're doing it right. It will go on being itself, grass and wire and water and the movement of animals who do not care about your pride or your pain. It will give you every day you can meet with both hands open. And if you're lucky, you'll look up one evening and realize you haven't thought about winning or losing in months. You've been too busy keeping the fence line true. I keep Thomas's recorder in the top drawer. Sometimes I play the first line just to hear the gravel in it. I'm leaving it to you because you don't sell what feeds you. Neither do I.